Okay, so your head's cut off?
Yeah, I'm just gonna adjust.
Oh, that one. Adjust the feet.
Oh yeah, okay.
That's not bad if you move your chair back.
Yeah, it's gonna go over like this. So how do I hear myself?
You're gonna use your headphones.
Oh.
All right. Denny, come on, talk.
Um, Hi there.
Am I good to go?
Yeah.
Hello,
Oh, hi there.
I'm Garth. I'm the cheese expert.
Oh, Garth, hi. It's Diane Lapointe. I'm the executive director with Creative Hub.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah. So nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. I'll just move my camera a little bit. There we go.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out the best spot here. I've got all my my goodies here.
Especially the beer. The beer and the
Yeah,
cheese.
yeah. I got my beer here.
And do you have your cheese?
I have my cheese. Yeah, I have my goat cheese and the cream. Is that a cheese as well?
No. I only provided the lemon lime chef.
Okay. So there's another creamy something there and a.
That's probably Chef Cal's creation. Now we just did a tasting last night of 3 delicious Ontario cheese.
Oh yeah, you had another event, eh?
Yeah, and I have one at 7 o'clock as well tonight.
Oh yes, I heard about that. So.
Yep, it's a cider and cheese tasting for the National Yacht Club.
Oh, that'll be fun. That'll be
Yep.
fun. You'll have to excuse me for a sec. I need a couple of knives or something here to nibble
Yeah,
on. So
no problem.
I'll be right
Go
back.
for it. Hey, Adam. There he is. Now he's
There we
unmuted.
are. Actually, I might go grab I'm going to do this on my phone in the brewery here. So,
Ooh, no, you're using your drone.
yeah. I need my selfie stick, maybe. So I'm going to go grab my headphones.
Sure. So Diane, question for you. Oh, you have to. Need to unmute yourself. There you go. I filled out a survey regarding the, I don't know how you call the building, the small arms,
Inspection building.
the inspection building regarding the north building.
That's correct.
That
Yep.
the city had sent out.
Right.
Because I'd be interested in opening up my cheese shop in there.
Oh, how cool.
So I don't know if you have any say or any influence.
Well, I don't per se, but they are looking at different options for use. So, I mean, the first priority is our, artisans and all that, but we don't,
Cheesemakers are
cheese.
artisans.
Exactly. So it's trying to find out how that potentially could work. So if you filled it out, then
Yeah, I
that's
did.
that's the first step.
Okay.
And then what'll happen is we'll be able to keep that going through our discussions. Now, the other thing that we are trying to get off the ground in the building as well, and we put a request in, is to do a community learning kitchen.
Mhm.
And so that is for demonstrations, some cooking and presentations and that kind of stuff. So you may be interested in, that part of the project as well. And we really, we want to bring in the food definitely as part of the project and being at the building, because we have community gardens going there. We do the farmers market on Sunday.
Yes, I've come several times this past summer.
Yeah, good. And it's all about, locally grown, food security, making sure that we work towards building more of that industry locally. So, the city has been supportive of us in terms of, exploring that idea. It's all about, timing, space, money, and all that kind of good stuff. But maybe we'll get you as part of we have a little working group that we're just resurrecting again. So maybe you might be interested in participating in that and give us your expertise and some of your thoughts.
Well, I saw, what was it last? Oh gosh, can't remember when exactly, but there was supposed to be a beer festival that was scheduled to take place, and I was going to contact the coordinators to see if they'd like me to do a beer and cheese tasting, considering I've been doing it so much with Stonehooker. Because cheese just goes so well with beer. Personally, I think it goes better with beer than with wine.
Oh, that's interesting. We'll find out a little more tonight about that. But I'm responsible for the beer festival.
Okay.
And so I have we're all pretty well volunteer based. And so we have teams of volunteers that take on different events and projects at the building. And the beer festival was definitely one that we were sad that we've had to delay several times, but we have rebooked it. It's still sitting in our books for June, but we don't think we're going to be COVID free by then.
Yeah,
but we have booked it for the third week in September.
Okay.
So let's keep in touch on that, and we can get some feedback from you on it.
I'm within walking distance of your location.
Oh, okay.
I live in Lakeview, so.
Oh, that's fantastic. Well, that's good news.
I call my company Lakeview Cheese.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Now we've been looking for a cheese vendor for the market, and but I think we just found one. But let
I
me.
used to do it years ago before
Yeah.
becoming more of a wholesaler. I
Okay.
love farmers markets. The only thing, they're just so weather dependent.
Yes. Yeah. Well, we eventually plan on bringing the market indoors in the building.
During the winter,
And
it'd be amazing.
yeah, and so it's, we're grassroots. Last year was our first year we really got it going.
Mhm.
And then this year we're going to continue on, and hopefully we'll be able to get into the building, but it really, again, is COVID dependent.
Yeah.
And so we'll have to sort of play it by ear.
Now,
And
kudos to your organizational team, because, the Port Credit Farmers Market never got going.
yeah, they unfortunately they lost their executive director with the BIA.
Oh, really? Ooh.
She passed on, and then they had a difficult time trying to get it going due to COVID. But they're hoping to have it back up and operating this year.
Oh, good.
So I'm happy for them on that. And so, do you know how many people we have on the tasting today?
Yeah, we've got 25, actually 24 kits that were sold.
Oh, excellent. Okay, well,
Yeah.
that's a really good start. And
Yeah.
we may have people that will just join us that didn't buy a kit but want to just participate and hear some of your advice and suggestions, and hopefully they'll come down to
Yeah.
the Stonehooker and pick up that beer to go with that great cheese.
Yeah. Cal's having trouble connecting. I'm gonna send him the link. I'll be right
Okay.
back.
All right, thanks.
I'm
I'm
gonna
just
put
going to
my
grab
phone
some.
on quiet so it doesn't ring on us.
Okay.
Diane,
Yes.
can I play the pre-launch video?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, you guys were talking there. I didn't want to disturb you all.
Okay, no, we're fine.
I'll go on mute.
Okay.
Welcome to the Lost Museum launch. My name is Diane Lapointe. I'm the Executive Director of Creative Hub 1352, and with me are the folks from Stonehooker Brewery, presenting an evening of good food, special craft beer, and support of the launch of the Lost Museum. Before I introduce our presenters, I'd like to say a few words on behalf of the Creative Hub 1352 Board of Directors. For all of you that are joining Creative Hub 1352 for the first time, welcome. And from wherever you are, it's our pleasure to share friendship and an opportunity to explore some truly inspiring artistic works later on tonight from many emerging and established artists in Mississauga, the Greater Toronto Area, and in Ontario. I'd like to say a special thanks also to our partners and supporters for making the Lost Museum possible. Our sponsors include Heritage Canada, McKenna Logistics, Humber College, and the City of Mississauga. In addition, a thank you to Port Credit Community Foundation, the Ontario Arts Council, Ontario College of Art, and the Ontario Trillium Foundation. Following tonight's tastings, our official launch will start at 7:30 and can be viewed on Creative Hub 1352, our Facebook site, and also on our YouTube channel. So now it's my pleasure to introduce to you the talented team from Stonehooker Brewery. With us is Chef Callahan, who will present a charcuterie pairing, along with Girth Pretty, Master of Cheese, and Stonehooker Brewmaster Adam Cherry. They will skillfully guide us tonight and take us on a winding path towards the Lost Museum. And now I'd like to introduce Ross Noel, one of the owners of Stonehooker Brewery, to introduce the tasting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Diane, and welcome to Stonehooker Brewing Company, everybody. I hope that you have a good appetite and a keen thirst with your glasses ready and your forks ready as we're about to enter the prelim to the Lost Museum with our own special presentation for all of you via the our own tap room at the Stonehooker Brewing Company. So I'd like to welcome you here. I welcome you tonight, and I look forward to welcoming you also at a future date when you might be here in person to enjoy sampling some of the offerings that we have in terms of delicious beer. There are 14 beers on tap today. We have a few more in the display case that are available for sale. And of course, for things that we'd like to share with you. And we are open 7 days a week. So we hope that you will join us at some future date. But for tonight, it's wonderful that we can all be sharing this tasting experience together. We have put our best talent on the line here. We have our brewmaster, Adam Cherry, as well as our cheese master, Girth Pretty, and not last but not least, our chef, Chef Callahan Sanford. So this is going to be a treat. One of the things you will find with the tastings that we conduct, and we do this from time to time with cheese as well as other foods, is that it brings about a huge variety of taste combinations that result from the crossing of several beers or several beer with, because we don't say milk, we say milk. So we have several beer crossed with several items of food in this case, one of which is a very special cheese. And each one of these beer and combinations result in a delicious flavor that you get to experience for yourself. So I welcome you and hope that you enjoy what we have to offer tonight. I'll give you a little bit of background just before we begin. Stonehooker Brewing Company, I am the founder and the captain of the ship. I spent a lot of time here. We've been open since May of 2019. We're approaching our second anniversary. We're very proud to be the second brewery in Mississauga, and we're a proud member of the community here in Lakeview and Port Credit as well, as we have our office location in Port Credit, and that's where. So we're here to celebrate beer, and we're also here to celebrate the authenticity of craft beer by attaching it to the history of our community and the history of this particular region in Ontario, which has such an amazing history going back to the native Mississaugas, the land upon which we are sitting now, and then moving forward into an era of industry which occurred for over 90 years, which most of the town was engaged in, the town of Port Credit. Port Credit was a quiet little town that was building up in a time period which in history represented a great deal of change. It represented that time period when the American Civil War happened, when Lincoln was president, when Canadians became a thing, when we became Canada upon Confederation in 1867, and later on, as stonehooking peaked in the 1880s, of course, there were things going on in Europe, one of which we make reference to on occasion, which is that macabre, sinister Jack the Ripper terrorizing London, England. So those things were happening around the world. We bring context to that by describing the industry of stonehooking as it was a hardworking, everyman's kind of experience, and that's what brought what little money was available at the time into Port Credit, and it represents really the largest part of Port Credit's history and Lakeview's history since they came to be in the mid 1800s. So we've brought that authenticity into connection with the product that we make, because we strive to make an authentic product made out of pure ingredients, and that's why it's like homemade food. So without further ado on homemade food and beer, I will take you to the people that actually tell you a lot more about food and beer. Starting off with our brewmaster, Adam Cherry, and I think the first guest on food side is going to be our cheese master, Gareth Brenny. So take it away, Adam.
Thank you very much, Ross, and it's great to be here. Thank you very much for hosting and partnering with us, the Creative Hub people, and we're great partners, or you're great partners to us, and we look forward to continuing this in the future. So my name's Adam Cherry. I'm the brewmaster here at Stonehooker. I'm standing back here in the brewery, and I'm going to talk about the beer that we make and take you on a little bit of a tour, just briefly, around the facility. The only way we can do it these days is by virtual, but once we can get back into a little bit more safety, we can start having people back into the brewery for tours. So we make our beer here. Everything's made on site. We use real ingredients. We use all natural process, and a process that's been used for centuries. There's a little bit more modernization to it, but in general, we use the same process that has been used for a long, long time. We've made over 44 different recipes now here at Stonehooker in our just under 2 years of being in business, and we continue to explore new new styles as well as pay homage to some traditional styles. Most of those traditional styles are from Europe, so from England and Belgium, Germany, Czech Republic. And then we do a lot of the New World styles as well. So things that have emerged in North America and the United States, Canada, anything from IPAs to sours to fruited beers and spiced beers. So we're going to get a great array of those tonight. And it's going to be something that I hope you enjoy. I'm going to turn it over to Girth to introduce himself and maybe talk about the cheese that you've presented tonight on this board.
Super. Thanks a lot, Adam and Ross. It's my pleasure participating. I'm a big fan of what's being happening at the Creative Hub. I myself live here in Lakeview, and on several occasions this past summer, my wife and I have come down to enjoy the farmers market. So, as well as exploring more what Sawmill Sid has to offer there in his back lot. So, how did I get into the cheese business? Well, okay, I actually shaved my mustache off. Those were my whiskers, because my wife told me, if you want me to kiss me more often, get rid of your whiskers. So I'm a mouse. I love cheese. I've been in the cheese business for over 15 years. I've actually written books about cheese, such as the Definitive Guide to Canadian Artisanal and Fine Cheese. So this is a guidebook of all the different cheesemakers across the country, starting in Nova Scotia, ending off on Vancouver Island. I may need to write a new edition of this book because there's some new cheesemakers all the way in Mount Pearl, Newfoundland, and there's some cheesemakers that unfortunately have closed down. I've also co-written with the well-known wine writer and judge Tony Aspler the Definitive Canadian Wine and Cheese Cookbook, which has 100 recipes using Canadian cheese. There we go. I'm going to tempt you with a nice piece of, what is that? Caramelized onion, walnut, and blue cheese pizzenta. So this book I wrote in about 6 weeks, and I had a lot of friends and family members come over to test the recipes, so they're my guinea pigs. And I've also been a judge at both Canadian and international cheese competitions. That's why I'm proud to wear this little cheesy lapel pin, because I've been actually 3 times to Wisconsin, twice as a judge at the World Championship Cheese Contest. Last time was last March, just before the pandemic, and there was over 3,500 cheese submitted from around the world with 60 to 70 judges. So I bought the lapel pin because my wife would not let me bring back the cheese head hat. So the cheese that I have selected for tonight is, is this wonderful lemon lime chèvre. So it's a goat cheese. It's a fresh goat cheese. That's why it's called a chèvre. A lot of people are kind of antsy about goat cheese. They can find it rather tangy or barnyardy in flavor. But what Woolwich Dairy in Orangevale decided to do, let's make it more flavorful. And they made it tasting like lemon and lime. The first time I tasted this cheese, it's like a margarita or a key lime pie. And actually I used it. All right, Chef Cal, I don't know where you are. You're there somewhere. I actually used this as an icing for a cake. Just amazing. I'm a former chef myself, and that's why I always love giving ideas and suggestions on how to cook with cheese. So this is your cheese. Now, do you want us to be sampling it now, Adam, or later on? Because I'm hungry.
Who's thirsty?
He's thirsty.
Who's thirsty? Yeah, I think we're gonna. I think Cal's trying to connect. He's having a little bit of trouble with the service where he is.
I'm in.
He's in. All right. So Cal's here. There's Chef Cal.
Hi, guys.
Actually, I'm going to start with the beer because I think there might be some people thirsty. I'm going to talk very briefly about the first beer that I encourage everyone to try, which is the Chill Pils, which is a Czech-style Pilsner. And that beer is a very traditional European-style beer. Uses 4 ingredients. The main 4 ingredients that we use in all of our beers, or any beer for that matter, which is malted barley, hops, yeast, and water. And if I encourage you to pour this one into a glass. I don't have the can with me right now, but this is the Chill Pils. Quite clear, straw-colored, This is a beer that a lot of people would be familiar with. There's a lot of Pilsners out in the world, Heineken, Stella, Grolsch. These are all versions of a Pilsner, which is a lager. So when we taste a beer, what I'd encourage you to do is pour it into a glass first of all. You can take a look at it, get your nose in there, see what you can smell. This one, I'm kind of getting some bready notes, maybe a touch of spiciness. And then what we do is take a small sip just to cleanse your palate. Get anything that was in your mouth beforehand cleaned out. And now we're ready to really taste the beer. What I'd encourage you to do as well is to take a nice deep breath and then take a nice big gulp, swallow it, and then breathe out through your nose so that you can get all those aromatics from the beer. We can only taste 5 different things, but we can smell hundreds of different things. So let's give that a try. So as we breathe out through our nose, we're going to get a lot more things coming into our aromas and what we can sense in the beer. And in this case, it's fairly beer-like, but there's a little bit of a spiciness, some floral herbal notes from the hops that we use. So that's a nice taste. I'm going to turn it over to Cal now that our thirst has been quenched to talk about maybe talk about a few of the things on the board, and maybe we can pair it with this beer. What would you recommend maybe pairing with this beer?
Absolutely. So first and foremost, it's great to see everybody. Thank you so much for making the call today. We're always super excited to talk about beer and food and cheese. You've all done wine tasting before and how food can enhance wine. Beer, I find, and I'm sure everybody on the call will agree, that beer and food have so many more possibilities. So it's always my goal to make sure that I'm creating something that not only tastes good by itself, but that also tastes good with the beers. So in front of you today, you guys should have some beautiful bagel chips to start. So that's the crunch. Texture is also very important when you're doing your tasting. I also put a little bit of a whipped goat cheese together for you guys. So the bagel chip and the whipped goat cheese, you'll find that the whipped goat dip has a little bit of an onion flavor. I've put a little bit of a French onion twist on it. And it's, you could say it's kind of savory because of the salt and the onion. And I think that the chill pills will cleanse your palate beautifully after you try that first bite of the chip and the dip. Something else that I've included in the board was a curried zucchini relish. When you're doing curries, it's really important to toast all of the ingredients first and gives it a very strong aromatic flavor. I think that would also go very well with the chill pills, which is a great cleanser. So anything strong, anything with a big punch, the chill pills is a great way to bring your palate back to zero, enjoy, and then get back in at the next flavor.
I'm going to keep muting and unmuting because there's some sounds going on here in the brewery that I don't want to interrupt Cal or whoever's talking at the time. So when we're pairing beer with food, it's important we taste the beer on its own, taste the food on its own, and then put them together and see how they interact and how do they enhance each other? Do they take away from each other, or do they just kind of, are they like 1 + 1 = 2? One of the things I like to talk about is, or refer to as, the movie Ratatouille, where there's a scene in that movie. My kids are young, or we're young, and we've watched the movie probably 1,000 times now. But there's a scene where the chef rat, takes a bite of cheese, and there's a little bit of a firework or a swirl that goes off, and then he bites a bite of a strawberry, and similar, just different colors, different reaction. But then he takes them and tastes them together at the same time, and this amazing thing happens where they've actually enhanced each other and made each other better, where I would say like 1 + 1 = 3, or more than 2 for sure. And when we get those interactions, it's fantastic to really enjoy those. So Cal talked about one, which is cut, where a beer can cut through certain aspects of food. The lager, the Pilsner that we're drinking now, can cut through heat, or it can act as a good palate cleanser, so it can cut through some things. The other one that we look at is complement, where we can have the food and the beer are complementary. So they're similar flavors somehow. The second beer that we have is definitely a complement to the cheese that Girth brought, because it's a lemon sour with a lemon lime cheese. So there's definitely some flavors there that are complementary, and we'll see if that really enhances the pairing. And then we get cut, which is the sense of, or sorry, the contrast, where we can get a beer and a food that are opposite, but they again enhance each other. So sweet and sour, sweet and bitter are very, very popular combinations in cooking and a lot of foods, and they will work in beer as well. So that we've got complement, cut, and contrast. So let's try the first beer with, you said we'll take a little bit, if you haven't already, I'm sure you're enjoying as you go. I'm going to take some of the bagel chips with the goat cheese onion dip. So taste it on its own, which it's delicious, very savory, nice creaminess. And then I'm going to put some on my tongue, and then while it's in my mouth, enjoy it. With the beer and see how they interact. How do they combine? How do they interact with each other? And yeah, very nice. It's very cleansing. It does cut through that creaminess to the dip. And then
the dip.
Yeah, go ahead.
The dip was made with goat cheese, also a little bit of sour cream, and a very, very small bit of mayonnaise just to get that thickness. So you get a lot of creaminess and not so much of gloopiness. It should be smooth, and it should spread around your mouth to make the flavors everywhere instead of just in one spot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I definitely get that. So next, I'm going to try a little bit of the relish. This is you said it was a zucchini relish?
Zucchini relish. I made a little bit of a curry powder, toasted that up, and then I used white wine vinegar. Slow cook it a little bit, cool it, give a little bit of a mash. I found this one to have a little bit of a spice after that builds pretty quickly. And then the vinegar comes in to give it a little bit of a bite, which I find to be very almost refreshing in a kind of full of flavor kind of way.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how I do get that spice. The tingle on my tongue is kind of there.
Yeah, for sure.
Maybe you can tell the story about the hot peppers that you were storing and
yeah,
the
for
interaction.
Sure.
And
yeah, for sure. So Adam and I mean, we always talk about food. One of the reasons I work here with Stonehooker is because they treat beer like I treat food. They're always creating new things with great flavors, and everything they use is fresh and really good quality. So we were talking about peppers one day, and I happened to have some scorpion peppers that I was very proud of because they're very, very hot peppers. And we were cutting little pieces, tiny little pieces, just to taste them and kind of share the experience. So I got a little bit too much in my mouth for my tasting, and it blew up immediately. So I ran out looking for a beer. Adam, I need something to drink. I grabbed the IPA.
Broadreach.
The Broadreach IPA. So Adam will explain why in a minute, but that IPA made my mouth explode with heat. And he immediately said, no, wrong beer. You have to get yourself a lager, right? It was a lager.
Exactly.
So he gave me the lager, and immediately my mouth and the burning almost disappeared. And I thought, oh my gosh, you've just pulled some science on me, Adam. So tell us a little bit about why that happens.
Yeah. And to be honest, I'm not really sure why it does it. It does. And I just had some of the relish, and then took a sip of the Pilsner, and it just cooled that heat. It comes back after the beer kind of goes down. So, I can have another sip in it. Yeah, that's a great pairing because
relish. Yeah.
And that leads me to another thing I've included, which is the hot sauce that I created using the Broadreach IPA. So knowing that IPAs make sauces hotter, I wanted to see what I could do using an IPA to create a hot sauce. So the first one I made it with the broad reach. I used some pineapple, some grapefruit, and I use a little bit of lactose, the same way that we use lactose in beers to give it a milkshake kind of creaminess. And I use the same amount of hot peppers that I would use in any hot sauce that I make. I quickly discovered that that was a huge mistake, and the sauce was almost unbearable. So the sauce that I've provided today, it actually only has about 8 to 10 actual peppers in it, and I made almost 10 or 12 liters of the sauce. So the small concentration of peppers and all the beer that we used brought that flavor up, so that you will get flavor first, hopefully, because there's not that many peppers. You'll taste all the pineapple, all the sweetness, a little bit of citrus, and then that beer, that IPA, will bring that tingle onto your mouth, and you'll get the late heat, which I think is interesting because hot sauce usually hits hot first, and I wanted to do something that was a little bit more flavor forward.
Excellent. Excellent.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So I'm going to move on to the second beer because I want Girth to come back in again and talk about the interaction between our second beer, which is the lemon drop float milkshake, vanilla milkshake sour. There's a lot that goes into that beer. For those that haven't had sour beers before, I encourage you to try this. If you haven't enjoyed sour beers before, you may enjoy this one. If you like lemonade, you're probably going to like this one because it's a very lemonade, almost with a little bit of like ice cream background to it. Very subtle, but there's real vanilla beans. We use real lemon puree, and then the sour beer on top of it. And again, lemonades are very acidic, very, very sour. Might not be used to drinking it in a beer. And this also, I get a lot of people say, this doesn't taste like a beer to me. It tastes like something else. So
A lemon creamsicle.
yeah, so let's give this one a taste. It's very
I had to
clear.
rush upstairs to go and get some.
Oh, okay. He's back. All right. So we're going to enjoy, because this one, even on paper, this is a great, I'd imagine it'd be a great complement to that lemon lime chev.
And when you smell it first, it just comes right on the nose.
Yeah.
You really smell the citrus, and it's such a refreshing beer. Like when you launched this last summer, this was my favorite beer sitting at the beer garden at the brewery.
Yeah.
It's so good.
Yeah. Super refreshing. It's low alcohol content. So it's right around 3.9% alcohol.
Yep.
So you can really enjoy a lot of these without, and it'll actually hydrate you instead of dehydrate you. So it's it's a really popular summer drink. We brought it back in the winter just because there was so much demand from our regular customers that they wanted it back. So let's talk about this cheese. Yeah.
Sure. So right now, I don't know if you still have any of Chef Cal's bagel chips or if they're all gone already. But this is one of the styles of cheese where actually you need to put it onto a cracker or put it onto a slice of baguette because it's just so soft. So the cheese is a fresh cheese. It has no rind to it. That's the way that chefs are made. No rinds at all. So it's a very young cheese. So similar as to tasting beer, you first look at the cheese. So it's got a nice whitish color to it. You actually notice a little bit of a lime and lemon zest in the cheese. Then we smell it. Oh, you can really smell the citrusy, or as we say in French, les agrumes in this cheese. I'm originally from Montreal. That's why I know the French terminology. And then, okay, we're going to play a little game because we can only taste 5 things, right, Adam? Sweet, sour, salty, bitter, and umami, which is a Japanese term for savoriness. But we can smell hundreds of different kinds of aromas. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a bite of the cheese. I usually scrape it off the cracker because I really want to taste the cheese for itself. And then we're going to pinch our nose. So pinch your nose, take a bite of the cheese. Chew, 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 still hold your nose. I know it looks really funny. Release. Breathe in and breathe out.
Wow.
All those aromas are climbing up into your nasal passage where, from your own personal memories, you sort of say, Oh my gosh, that reminds me, yes, of this or of that. That's why when we have a cold, food just tastes so bland because we can't smell it. Wow, that's a great cheese. I'm so happy I did use it as icing for Cal. I used this as icing on a coconut cake. Wow.
Must have been phenomenal.
Just as is. I just let the cheese warm up at room temperature, and then I just spread it.
No sugar added.
No sugar, no cream cheese, nothing. Just
That's
as
awesome.
is. So now we're going to take a second sample of the cheese. We're not going to pinch our noses this time because you should have your glass of beer in hand. And you're going to taste a bite of the cheese. Then you're going to take a little swallow of beer and then see if it cuts, complements, or contrasts. And whatever you think, what you taste is correct because everyone's taste buds are different. No wrong answer here. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's the beer or the cheese, but it makes the other one sparkling.
Yeah.
It gets like carbonation, effervescence.
All the
Wow.
carbonation comes out instantly and just fills the mouth with a nice kind of fine foam.
Yeah.
Well, you definitely get that complement, but I think there's also the other one, which is a contrast, where the sour from the beer is kind of contrasting the sweetness in the cheese. Like there's that background sweetness that is in that chev.
I'm ready to say one other thing. I'm saying also it's cutting because the sourness of the beer is cutting through the creaminess of the cheese. So Adam, I think we just found ourselves a second OMG matching where it does all three. And we've only had that. This is now our second time we found a beer that becomes OMG with a cheese.
Yeah, it's like lemon pop rocks, Deborah says.
Yep.
Yeah.
So are we calling this a compliment?
I think it's all three.
It's an OMG.
You get the complement, you get the contrast of sour and sweet, sour beer, sweet cheese, and then that acidity cuts through that creaminess of the goat cheese. Yeah,
just amazing.
Well, what do you think the winner is of the three? I agree that it does all those things.
Yeah,
I think overall it's the winner. You know,
it's
the grand champion. It's like, that's why I call it OMG. Oh my God, or oh my girth.
Oh my girth.
Just don't eat too much of it or your girth might get bigger.
It's delicious. That cheese is disappearing quickly.
Yeah. And just for everyone knows, this cheese is available at major grocery retailers. As soon as I open up my own shop in Lakeview, it'll be there as well.
Fantastic.
Can't wait.
Yeah, so
your next book, Girth, that'll be the beer and cheese guide?
No, beer and cheese cookbook with Chef Cal.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Might have to do a co-author with that one. You guys.
Yeah, definitely.
Awesome.
Fantastic. So, Cal, maybe I'm going to leave a little bit of that lemon beer for. I've got a little bit left, but I want to move on to the gingerbread ale, which is our. It's a beautiful spiced beer. We use basically gingerbread spices in this beer. So ginger, like we use real ginger, not just powdered stuff. We had dry ginger that we shaved and put in our beer. We also used cinnamon, allspice, cloves, and there's one more. But your classic gingerbread spices, nutmeg. There it is. Thank you very much, Cal. And so this is based on a Scotch ale or an English ale base. But let's take this is one of the beers that we've added some extra ingredients to. Again, all natural. It's something that we believe in here at the brewery. So let's look at, just give it a smell. If you've got it out and got it open and.
While you're doing that, Adam, I'm going to talk quickly just about the chorizo sausage and the candied bacon.
Yes, please.
One of my choices for candied bacon, I used a homemade jerk rub that I put on the bacon before cooking it. A lot of the spices that we use in the gingerbread ale are the same spices. Lots of cinnamon, thyme, and cloves, allspice a little bit. So using all of those similar spices, but yet getting a completely different flavor at the end. So I use that jerk spice, cook the bacon up. When the bacon's done, we're lucky enough to be partners with Jakeman's Maple, which makes some beautiful maple syrup. And I take that maple syrup and I basically soak the bacon in it for a couple hours, put it back in the oven, let that candy a bit, take it out, drip dry it, and then bring it to you guys. So what you should get when you get the bacon is the fat. When you're doing wine tasting, they always say bread and butter. You'll notice bread and butter is always present. That butter is meant to get onto your tongue and open up all the receptors for flavor. Fat in meat works the same way. I chose the chorizo because it's a dry cured chorizo. You can eat it pretty much, as is. And that fat gets into your mouth, coats it. And then when you start drinking the beer, it'll start releasing different combos. Same thing goes for the bacon. I chose bacon because it does have a higher fat content. And then obviously the sweet and the spicy, and to kind of bring all three of them together. So what do you guys think about the pairing with the gingerbread?
Yeah, I think that's amazing. The spices in the beer and the spices in the jerk seasoning really complement each other. Yeah, and the maple syrup is just a nice addition to the mix. We love to have any comments or any questions from anyone watching tonight as well. If you have any questions about the food, about our beer or the cheese, please feel free. A couple of ways you can do it is to unmute and make your comment and then just go back into mute again, or simply chat. I've been seeing a bunch of chats coming through, so that's great too. We'll try and answer those. I'm on my phone here because I'm in the brewery and I want to kind of walk you around a little bit, show you what we have here in this part of the building, but I can't see all the chats. So if anyone sees them, please, if someone could ask or make comments on those. And if there are,
how's the chorizo with the gingerbread? I'm interested to see how that complete opposite flavoring goes together for everybody else.
Yeah, please let us know what you think. I want to get a flavor for just the chorizo on its own, and then.
I'm just wondering if anybody is wondering what all this food and beer pairing has to do with art. And I guess if I was asked that question, my answer would be that we all consider ourselves artists in the trades that we're in. So I think we think of making beer as an art form and it's a work of art, and we believe that what Cal does as a chef is also an artistic endeavor. So we very pleased to have been asked to provide this preliminary for the Lost Museum. We hope that you're enjoying it so far.
The other thing to keep in mind, Ross, is that food is part of the culinary arts. And sometimes, so often in the past, artists have painted stills of food. And sometimes what chefs create looks just so beautiful. Well, people take photographs of it before they eat it. So, yeah, truly the art of enjoyment, as Deborah says. Yeah.
There's a good spice to that sausage, Cal.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite forms of sausage. It's great on the grill. I've been selling those on the barbecue. They go great when you score them, heat them up, get a little bit of char on it. It's great just warm, not really cooked through. You can boil them, and then they're great just as is because they're dry cured and smoked. So they're 100% through. Yeah, they're a great product.
Yeah, and if it's a little too spicy, I think I'd be going right back over to the Pilsner
Pills.
just to cut through that heat. And I had a little bit left in my glass, and I took a swig, and I like heat, but it just kind of did cut through what was left in the of the heat that was there. So
for sure, I think the same way when you're drinking beer, we would like to have a wide range. I think when you're doing a charcuterie or any kind of pairing in a meal, you would like to see some sweet, some heat, some savory, the umami, everything that Girth alluded to, the five senses or the five tastes. It's always important to have a little bit of each one, because as you just said, as you start mix and matching them, the combinations are endless. If you have all sweet, you're only going to get one kind of note from your board. So making sure you have quite a contrast of different things, even if you don't think you're going to like it maybe by itself, something maybe weird, a pickle you haven't tried. Some people don't like gherkins. They like dill. Maybe go to a gherkin that you don't like by itself. Try it with the cheese. Try it with a piece of meat and see if that changes the way you enjoy it. And then the same thing goes for beer as well. It might not be your favorite by itself, but when you're having a meal, maybe it's your favorite mealtime beer because it'll help enhance the beer the way that your palate can pick it up.
you are so right there. And we see that a lot. Girth and I have done a number of beer and cheese pairings, and a lot of people don't like blue cheese, and there's a lot of people that don't like stouts or really, really dark beers. And through the pairing of those beer and that cheese, we've actually had a lot of people that have said that, wow, actually that's pretty good, because the combination takes away some of the things that you don't like and creates some new flavors that are actually quite pleasing. And and I've seen that with food as well. It's an incredible, the interactions that you get. And as we're going through and as we're talking, I'm trying a little bit of other foods with the gingerbread ale right now, which is the beer that we're on, or that I'm on. And you could be on any beer at any time, but it's interesting the combinations and what we get from those. Yeah.
So there's two questions from Ken. One would go to Adam, and the second would go to Cal. Question: is there a cocktail we can make with beer? So I think Stonehooker might need a mixologist soon. So do you know of any cocktails made with beer?
Actually, that's a great question. Our two brewers that we have that make all of our beers, they were trained at Niagara College. They've got one of the best brewmaster programs in North America, if not the world, for training brewers to make the beer. And one of the sections in one of their courses was to make beer cocktails. We haven't done it yet. I'm not an expert at that. I wish I could help you with that, but I wish they were here. I'd bring them in, because they've done some amazing cocktails. They told me about what they've done, and I think it's probably something that we're going to get into. We've actually done some things where we've blended beers. So a couple of beers that we've had on tap, we've poured, half of one and half of another, just to give us a different characteristic or a different flavor. We had a cherry sour, and we poured that on top of our wrought iron stout, which is so we got a really black, dark, chocolatey roasted beer with some cherry and a little bit of sour, and that really worked well. So we got John, the stout and Irish whiskey is the Irish car bomb.
So just to go back to the food combinations for a minute, I'm digging into the pineapple spiked hot sauce, and I'm thinking this is a fantastic thing, but I'm wondering what you would suggest, Cal, in terms of kind of pairing amongst the foods to make use of that hot sauce, and then where would you go from there in terms of beer?
So in my experimentation with it so far, I find that because the heat is subtle and creeps in at the end, it's a great combination for things that are already spicy, like that chorizo sausage. So what it will do is it will give you so much pineapple and citrus right off the top. The fat will cleanse your palate, and then the heat from not only the chorizo, but just the back end heat from the sauce will come together. And it seems like maybe it would be super hot, and you won't get that sensation. It'll actually kind of put them together, which is quite enjoyable.
Yeah, I just had some of the sausage with this hot sauce. Yeah, it's feeling right at the back of my throat there.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to cut it with a little bit of lemon drop float.
You're right. In a strange kind of way, one almost cools down the other. That's a very strange thing, but it's interesting.
Yeah. And you know, something I learned when making this is that I did use lactose, which is something the brewers use to add the milkshake kind of feel to a milkshake IPA or something like that. And I found that it gave it a smoothness and a very nice subtlety that just wouldn't have been there otherwise. And that wasn't present when it was hot. It was only present once it was cooled down. And I think it's a good bridge between the sweet and the heat within the sauce. That lactose seemed to help a lot.
Yeah.
And that'll be available at the brewery coming soon. We're just working on getting the bottles together and getting it labeled up. So if you guys really love it, it'll be here and available whenever you want it. So.
And then, Girth, you said that there was a second question.
Sorry, who said there was a second question?
I think Girth had there was a second question that somebody asked. Ken, I think, asked. Is Girth still here? I know Girth had to go at some point to get another virtual event this evening, so he may have left, but that's okay.
Maybe the question was, what sweet things do you like that pair well with beer?
Yes, that was my question.
Yes.
Yeah.
What sweet things do I like that go well with beer? I love cake. Yes, chocolate cake, cream or cheesecake, but chocolate cake or chocolate anything with a stout or a porter, or even like a cherry sour or a raspberry sour. Because you imagine there's chocolate or cherry or raspberry chocolate cakes, like Black Forest cake. And so if you had a cherry beer or cherry sour with that chocolate cake would be awesome. What do you like, Cal? I know you experiment with that.
I definitely was going to say cakes and desserts. I find that sweet on sweet, they complement each other. The one thing that I'm not a big fan of is really heavy, bitter IPAs with very high IBUs. I find that they do not go well with sweets the way that I would like them to. So the higher the IBU, in my experience, at least for my palate, the less I like to put that with sweets. So if you're trying to put something with sweet, first of all, a sweet beer, something like a stout or something that has cherry or is designed to be sweet, and then take a look at the IBU. And the higher the IBU, the less of the chance you'll find yourself a pair. Usually, in my experience.
For IBUs, I prefer to go with cheese.
There you go.
Yeah, and someone asked before we get too deep into the IBU comments. Someone asked, what is IBU? And IBU stands for International Bitterness Units. And it's a scale or a measurement that we use to give us a relative idea of how bitter a beer is. So, for example, the first beer that we had tonight, it's about I think it's a high 30s, 35 to 40 IBU. And that's fairly high for a lager. It's a Pilsner. Some of our big, bold West Coast IPAs, West Coast is kind of the where the first IPAs came from in North America. They tend to be higher IBU, so up in the 70 to 80 IBU range, whereas some of the more modern IBUs or IPAs like our Broadreach has an IBU of 40, which is relatively low. So you're not going to get a lot of bitterness from that beer. Bitterness also balances sweetness. So we can get a beer that's very, very sweet, like say a very high alcohol stout might have an IBU of 60 or 70, but you won't taste it because it balances out the bitterness. So it is relative. If you have a bold sweet beer you need some bitterness to balance that out. If you have a dry beer, you don't need a lot of bitterness.
Would you say, Adam, that it's fairly common that almost all craft beers have IBU labeled on the can, or is that something that we do specifically for ourselves?
It's hit or miss, you know, like
So it's not a requirement.
It's not a requirement. I say a lot of them do, just to give the consumer a helping hand to understand how bitter a beer might be. But again, you still should probably try it. You'll get a sense of what your threshold is. And I encourage people to continue to push their threshold a little bit with all flavors. I look at beer as being very three-dimensional, and you know, where you can get things like sour, or you can get bitter, you can get fruity, you can get spicy, you can get very clean. You know, there's a lot of different characteristics to beer. And so if you are new to craft beer, most of the people that I think are on this call are local to the Small Arms building, and therefore local to us as Stonehooker. I encourage you to come in, and it's not a situation where if you don't know anything about craft beer, you're going to be in trouble. We have an amazing crew here that ask a lot of questions and will recommend beers based on what you tend to drink or tend to like. And they might recommend a couple things that will just kind of nudge you a little bit outside your comfort zone, but not to the extremes. So we encourage you to do that. We also have, with the beer garden, we have an opportunity where you can get samples, 4-ounce samples of a bunch of beers. So you're not making a huge commitment to a lot of beer. You can try a little bit of a bunch of beers and really get a sense of what you like. You can mark them down and say, I like this one, I didn't like that one much, and that's okay. Not everyone's going to like every beer that everybody makes. So, but it's good to experiment and push your limits a little bit, push your thresholds a little bit, and keep trying. You might try a beer that you don't like and then come back and it's actually really good the next time you try it. Moods and foods can really change the way a beer tastes to you at any given point. So I'm gonna introduce.
Just to add to that, Adam,
Yeah.
I think part of that question too was whether or not other craft beers do put their IBUs on their labels. And I guess that's largely true, isn't it? Most craft breweries tend to put their IBU ratings on their beer, versus the big brewers don't tend to do that.
Yeah, correct. And the other thing we tend to do, we put our ingredients on pretty much, I'd say most of our beers. There's a couple of our beers that just because of the label design, maybe some of the bottles that we make, we don't put all the ingredients on it, but we're proud of the ingredients that we put in our beer. And you'll find that a fair amount on craft brewers, as opposed to, it's not required by us by law, but we like to let you know what's in there, and you pretty much can pronounce everything that's in our beer. You know, with maybe the exception of, if you're not Spanish, you might not know how to pronounce some of the peppers that we use, but they are real words, and it's not chemical compounds that we put into our beer. So, yeah. So I'm going to introduce the last beer, the fourth beer that was in your package tonight. It's called Jack the Ripper. The Ripper part, RIPA, stands for Rye IPA. And this is a beer that is a modern style using rye malt. So we don't use rye whiskey, we use rye malt in this beer. This beer was originally thought up by Ross, our founder captain. We did an Iron Brewer competition through a Master Brewers Association that we belong to. We got a set of ingredients that a whole bunch of brewers get to use, and you brew it on a small system, either a home brew or a pilot system. And we put it into a nice little festival that people get to taste it and try it. And this one came out really, really nicely from Ross's ideas, and we scaled it up and brewed it. And it's now one of the most popular beers that we make at the brewery. And so someone asked what the IBU of Chill Pills is. It's not on the can, and it is 37 IBU, I believe. So Pilsners tend to have a little bit higher bitterness in them. This one is kind of in the middle. This is a 6.6% alcohol with 60 IBUs. So, you know, I was kind of cute in designing the alcohol and the IBU, so the 666 number came up. But just for a little bit of evilness on the label. But this one has a 60 IBU, which is relatively high, but there's a sweetness in there that balances it out. And when you kind of take a smell there, you get kind of a nice citrusy orange aroma, along with some pininess and maybe a little bit of spiciness that comes from the rye malt. So let's take a taste. Let me know what you think.
Because of the versatility of this beer, and as you said, all the different flavor layers, it's my favorite beer to pair with anything. Like if you got a 6 of these in the fridge, no matter what you're having for dinner, this is the beer you want to pull out if you haven't planned something else. It is very rare that I've found anything. I can't think of a thing that I've eaten with it that did not go well. So great job on this one, Ross. It's definitely a great beer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and beers and darker beers, as they warm up, they actually express more of the flavors. I would highly recommend when you look at the alcohol content of a beer, that's the temperature that you should be drinking it at in Celsius. So, for example, our lemon drop float sour, it's 4% alcohol. So you should be drinking that at about 4 degrees Celsius. The Jack the Ripper is 6.6% alcohol. So you should be drinking that around 6 or 7 degrees Celsius. In general, it's a little bit warmer. And then the darker the beer, so you see the gingerbread and the Jack the Ripper are a little bit more dark. I'd even bring the temperature a little higher, so that as the temperature goes up, the malt characters of the beer come through a little bit more. If it's ice cold, you're not going to get the flavors that you really want out of the beer. Same thing with cheese. I've learned a lot through Girth that cheese needs to be warmed up to room temperature. And if you're going to do a cheese platter, keep the cheese in its full chunks. Like, don't cut it up into small little squares because it'll dry out, but let it warm up for about 90 minutes to room temperature. And those flavors really come through, and come out a little bit more.
What a coincidence. That's the same rule for bacon and anything with any sort of fat in it. It's way better when it's not cold out of the fridge. Let that fat warm up, let it become a little softer, let it spread through your mouth instead of just coming in and being chewy.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. Yeah, that beer pairs so well with so many of the foods. You're right. It's amazing. I don't have a clock, or my clock isn't showing on my phone. What time? How are we doing for time?
Okay, we're at 7 o'clock.
Okay, sounds good.
Still got a few minutes to enjoy all this stuff. I think this is kind of where it becomes a little more of a frenzy, where we start trying all the different combinations with all of the different beers. And I don't know if people on the call, if you've been following this along, and some people are more structured than others, and some people will be waiting for the word go to try one beer with the other food and so on. But this is definitely a time to enjoy the smorgasbord.
Yeah.
And
it's interesting. Your glasses are almost all the same level, so you're evenly going through.
Yeah, my chill pill and my Jack are going down the fastest. I have to agree with Cal that I find that the Jack the Ripper really does pair well with a lot of things, especially meat. So it tends to go down quickly, and the chill pill is always a nice go-to when maybe your palate's getting a little hot and you need to cool it off.
Yeah.
But otherwise, yeah, they're going down at a reason. I'm trying to keep them going down at a fairly even keel, shall we say?
Hey, Adam, it's Diane, and there's some good questions in the chat there that I'm wondering if you might be able to answer, or you or Cal.
Yeah, if you don't mind reading them. I'm on my phone, so I'm used to doing Zoom calls on my computer where I can see them, but I'm on my phone so that I can kind of walk through the brewery and show some of the vessels and some of the things. But yeah, if you don't mind reading.
Off, Adam, I can read them off if you like. I can see them.
Yeah, sure, that'd be great.
There's a question here. Hello, Jeff. There's a question here about how you doing, buddy? The question is, there's some jam in the kit. Which beer do you recommend pairing with that?
Yeah, the jam would be, it's very sweet, and I think it comes through as a very sweet, so probably sweet and a little bit of bitterness there with the Jack the Ripper, or maybe with even the gingerbread ale, just to give those a little bit of balance. I'd probably stay away from the lemon, because blueberry and lemon, kind of citrus and blueberry might not be the best combination, but I'd probably pair it with the two slightly darker beers.
It also, being the goat cheese, whenever making a jam, you always use a little bit of citrus. So I use a little bit of lime in that one on purpose. I think being goat cheese, which does go so well with fruits, you might be able to slap some of that goat cheese in there with that jam, and then maybe put your lemon drop in and see how it comes together.
A couple of people, looks like, might have missed jam in the kit.
Uh-oh.
Anybody who's missing jam in the kit, if I will have that available and ready to go. If you guys want to come by the brewery, I probably have another 1.5 liters that I'd be able to provide for you guys. No problem at all.
Yeah, I didn't see any jam there.
Yeah, sorry about that,
Yeah,
guys.
I apologize about that.
I thought I missed something there, but
Come by the brewery. We'll make sure you get some.
there you go.
A comment about the goat cheese. This is anybody that's missing the jam. We apologize, but there is a comment, nice comment about the goat cheese with the wild blueberry jam, followed by the lemon drop. Happens to be an incredible pairing. There you go. We've got a great discovery right there.
Awesome.
Mike is pouting.
Fantastic. Well, I'd like to please keep the questions coming, but if there are any more, please read them out to me. I'm going to just take a quick little walk through, and anyone, I apologize that some people didn't get the hot sauce either. That's really strange. I apologize that we didn't get the kits complete. Yeah, as I walk through the brewery here, you can kind of see some of the equipment that we use, some of the ingredients as I walk in towards the back of the brewery. Behind me here, you see the bags of grains. We use a lot of different grains from all over the world. Any of the European style beers, we tend to use grains from Germany. They have a certain characteristic to them that really enhances the European, Belgium, German, Czech style beers. We also get grains from England that we use in our English beers. And then we use some North American grains, Canadian and American, for our North American beers. We get them in a full grain, malted, and right in behind me here, we use this grain crusher that crushes the grains. And once those grains are crushed, they'll head on up this kind of long white contraption here. It's our grain auger. It drops into our mash tun. And so this is our mash tun right here. The grains will get soaked with hot water, very particular temperature. And when that happens, there's some naturally occurring enzymes on the grains that will start to convert those starches that are in the hull into sugar. Starch is basically just long chains of sugar. So those enzymes will break up those chains, and then we get the sweet sugar. We'll drain that liquid and rinse it, and it'll go into our kettle, which is this vessel right here. And we will heat that up to boiling. At that point, we'll add some hops. When we add hops into the boil, it creates and adds bitterness to the beer. and we use that bitterness to balance out the sweetness. So it'll boil for about an hour, and then we will run it through our heat exchanger, which is right here, and in hoses all the way into one of our fermenters that are down in the front of the building. If you've ever been to our building, if you walk into the tap room and look back in, these are the tanks that you see from that side of the window. And I'm going to walk in there. I'm going to, hopefully my internet reception is still good as I walk into all these metal vessels here. And you can see, I'm going to look down into this bucket. Once the sweet sugary liquid is in here, we add yeast. The yeast will start to consume the sugars and convert them into alcohol and carbon dioxide. We know that the beer is fermenting when we look into this bucket here, and we'll look in there and we can see it bubbling away. And so that shows us that the yeast is doing its job. It's working very rapidly to consume those sugars. Beer will ferment for about 4 to 7 days. And then at that point, we may add some more hops to it. If we add hops after the fermentation process, it adds a lot more of the aromas and flavors to the beer. So a lot of fruit flavors, citrus, tropical, even herbal and floral flavors, depending on the hop that we use. And then once that's done, we move it into some of these tanks that are closest to me here. That's where we carbonate the beer. It takes about 2 to 3 days for the beer to get carbonated to the level that we like. And then we run that beer into this machine behind me, which is our canning line. And we can our beer here, we keg our beer here, and everything is done here on site at Stonehooker, which is nice, you know. And it's nice to go from grain in the back. It goes through the process into the tanks at the front, and then we run that through hoses another 10 or 20 feet into the cans. We store that in cold storage at the back of the building. And then when we're ready to sell it and when the fridge is getting empty, we refill it with that beer. And so it's nice when we can produce everything right here on site and it goes out the front door into your homes and you can enjoy it either here in the beer garden or in the comfort of your own home. So it's nice to be able to do all that right here on property.
That's why when you're buying fresh local beer, it's a fresh product. You get to enjoy it fresh. You buy it fresh. It's unpasteurized, unfiltered, all of the flavors locked in. It's just like home cooking.
Yeah.
Hey, Adam, I had a question about the ginger beer.
Yeah.
Gingerbread beer. You were talking about sugar. Is it a sweeter? Is there a lot more sugar content to that, or there is?
Yeah. Oh no. The alcohol content on the beer, I think it's on the can. I don't have the can in front of me.
So it's quite high. It's 8.1, I think.
I don't
maybe
know
eyes
if
aren't very good. It says or 8.7 maybe.
Or 6.1 maybe, or 5.7.
Oh, maybe 6.1.
6.1. I think it's 6.1.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, 6.1.
So
yeah.
the thing about fermentation is all of the simple sugars, so glucose, fructose, or even dextrose, every single molecule of simple sugar is consumed by the yeast. So
Eaten away, okay.
It gets eaten, converted to alcohol, carbon dioxide. But there are some long chains of sugar, so very complex sugars that will remain, and that's where we get that residual sweetness. So you might be tasting some of those multi residual sugars. Again, they're not simple sugars, but they are complex. It still gives you that sweetness on the tongue, and the IBUs in this one I think are relatively low, maybe about 25 if I recall correctly.
Yeah, I can't really see that very well there. 17 maybe, I think.
Yeah, and so because the IBUs are low, you're going to get more of the sweetness coming through because the bitterness is not there to balance it out. I wanted it to be a little bit more cookie-like, and it was amazing actually when we were brewing this beer. Standing back in here with when the brewing was going on, and even the next morning when I came in, the smell in this room smelled like a gingerbread cookie. It was fantastic. It was incredible to think that this is beer, not a gingerbread house or a gingerbread cookie factory.
Yeah, I don't usually like sweet, but that's really good. I like that.
Awesome, thank you.
Just like a
Great job.
We had another comment here from someone that mentioned, I think it's Tyrone mentioned that so happy to have been able to get local beer during the pandemic and have it delivered this past year. So thumbs up there. Thank you, Tyrone, for that comment. And also a question from Tyrone. He's wondering if we've had any trouble sourcing ingredients during the past year.
Yeah, great question. Actually, the only thing that we've had any issue with in I'd say the craft beer industry as a whole, we've been lucky that we haven't had a shortage of it, was actually cans, aluminum cans. There is a shortage. There still is a shortage. The bigger producers will probably feel more of the effect of that, but we were able to get ingredients without any trouble throughout the pandemic. Again, our malts come from all over the world. They're farmers. The maltsters were still in operation. The hop farmers were still doing their thing, and the yeast production was continuing. We get some of our yeast from a lab that's in Guelph, Ontario, so very local, and then we get some of our yeasts that are more from a company that's in the US, but we haven't had an issue with any of the ingredients.
Because we're craft brewers, we also rely on brokers for our grains. So we have some specific suppliers that source our grains from around the world, and they've done a tremendous job ensuring that we have not had any difficulty getting ingredients. So we've been able to keep the beer flowing.
Yeah, we do contract some of our main ingredients. So some of our, like Broadreach, that beer, we contract the hops because that would be the one thing that could run out at some point through the year before the next crop year comes around, just to guarantee us we locked in for a certain amount of hops. But yeah.
How long are we locked in for, Adam?
It's every harvest, so we're in for a year. We kind of guarantee ourselves a year's supply based on what we expect to brew that year. And yeah, this past year we were pretty much bang on, and within a bag or two of what we needed. So
yeah,
it's good. Yeah, it's nice to know. It's nice to know. I'd hate to get to October and say, oh, there's no more hops for Broadreach.
Yeah, that wouldn't be good. No,
you got 3 months to go without it. So
we only have one beer in the LCBO. The LCBO is a very difficult spot. It's tough to get a listing in there because there's so many craft breweries in Ontario competing for what few SKUs that they have available. So fortunately, our Broadreach has been a real champion out there, and it's available in a lot of LCBOs across Ontario, a lot being, over, I would say 150. And it's very important that we keep them in stock. So it's great that we've been able to do that.
Mm-hmm. Fantastic. Any other questions or comments about tonight or the brewing process?
There's another one coming up here, Adam. One comment here. My son spent the past few years in the Maritimes enjoying craft beer scene there. And have you seen a push in Ontario for similar beer exploration? And have you taken any inspiration from the breweries down east? There's a great question.
Yeah, actually, our head brewer here, Jeremy, he is originally from Ontario, grew up in St. Thomas and went to Niagara College, but he spent 2 years down east in Nova Scotia. He was the first head brewer at Saltbox Brewery, just outside of Halifax. And he brought back some of that influence and some of his ideas. I'm not sure exactly what they're doing differently than here. he seemed to allude to a little bit more of the English styles of beer, less on the IPA side. And it's interesting how different regions, even Quebec is based, I've found less IPA, more, Belgian and German influence there, as opposed to North American. And then compared to Ontario, we seem to be a little bit more similar to, say, the East Coast of the United States. So New York, North Carolina, Virginia, and even some styles from the West Coast, like IPAs and kettle sours are a big thing here in Ontario. Less Belgian styles. I find that I love Belgian style of beer. We're actually going to be bringing back in a Belgian yeast for about a month and a half, maybe 2 months, to brew 5 or 6 batches of Belgian beers. Steam Bunk Saison, and a new one, a Belgian Blonde, to go along with our spicy raspberry. We'll get that one back in stock. We just ran out recently. So yeah, I find Belgian beers to be a little less popular here compared to, say, Quebec. And then I think East Coast tends to be a little bit more English styles, if I'm not mistaken. Great question.
Anybody want to take a guess on what the favorite beers are of our head brewer? Anybody out there want to take anybody out there that knows about Stonehooker's variety of beer or knows craft beer in general? Anybody want to take a stab at that and take a guess what our head brewer's favorite beers are? There's 2 of them that we make that I think considers favorite. No one wants to take a run at that. you know what I'm talking about, Adam.
Yeah. He loves. He actually brought his recipe that inspired us to make one was the peated Scotch ale. He loves smoky beers, and so that's his favorite. When we made the smoky maple, now he has another smoked beer that he can enjoy. So he loves the smoky beers. Our other brewer, Alan, who's our assistant brewer, he really loves our new beer, the Doppelbock, which is a beautiful German style beer, higher alcohol, very rich, very malty or toasted malts. Yeah, so he likes those. Someone else earlier mentioned wrought iron stout. Is there a question? I didn't see the second line of that one.
Yeah, says earlier you mentioned wrought iron stout and cherry sour cherry. Is this something that you would can or bottle?
Yeah, so we're going to be brewing wrought iron stout again. That's that's probably our base, our foundational stout that we make. We're going to make that again, not next week, but the week after. So that'll be ready kind of mid-April, latter half of April. That's actually going to be one of the beers that's in our next beer and cheese pairings on April 29th that we run with Girth. And the sour cherry goza, we did that one in our first summer. Last summer, we did the raspberry goza, which was a huge hit of the summer. I'm starting to think about a new sour for the summer. I'm thinking maybe a little cherry lemonade sour. So thinking of that. Lemonade. Cherry lemonade, yeah. So
cherry lemonade?
Well, no, it's the real cherry. I like the word cherry, I guess. Yeah.
Mark on there. Yeah.
I gotta throw cherry in there somehow, right?
But we have another question. Somebody wants to clarify if we can all our beer on site, and I can assure you that we do, and that's one of the great things about having the machinery to do that. Fortunately, we invest in that, and it's been a good thing because we're able to take our beer from grain to glass, and if we don't put it in the glass, we put it in the can. And that means that everything that you buy here is very fresh. It's all canned, and we control all the quality of it right here.
Yeah. So the canning, I'm just on the other side of the canning line here. You can see it's kind of in its cleaning position. It's just waiting to get going next time. Yeah, it's a fun one. We've got a couple videos, I think, on our Instagram. Maybe you'd have to go back a little bit.
How often do we can, Adam?
Well, through the winter, it depends. In the summer, we're canning about probably 3 to 5 batches a week. And in the winter, it's a little slower. We're bottling a little bit more, but yeah, I'd say about 3 to 5 batches. We do 1,500 liter batches, so we keg some of that. We can some of that. So it's yeah, we can can about a case a minute, a little bit more than a case a minute, so 24 cans a minute, and we'll do on average about 90 cases per batch, and then keg the rest of it if our tap room's open. And now that it's open with the patio, we're able to do that. So yeah.
Adam, that's just great news in terms of your patio. I was just by yesterday picking up the kit for tonight, and the place was already hopping. So I know it's going to be busy all season long. I hate to end this discussion.
Oh, that's okay.
We had
Oh,
such
we can
a great
go on
time.
forever, Diane.
Pardon me?
When you get beer nerds and food nerds and cheese nerds all together, we can.
Absolutely. Well, I hope you've changed us all into cheese and beer nerds after tonight. And I'm looking forward to coming out and being down on your patio, but also taking part in some of those future tastings. So we're getting very close to the launch at 7:30. So I'm afraid we're going to have to wrap up for tonight. But
absolutely. I just want to thank you for including us in this. Thank you very much. Have a great launch to the Lost Museum, and appreciate it very much.
Well, thank you and Ross and Chef Callahan, and also Girth. I know you had to leave a little bit early, but it's been a real pleasure having you tonight and supporting our project, as well as being such a great partner in the community. And I know you've also expressed an interest in coming out to our farmers market this summer to share a bit more about your beer. And we do that every Sunday starting May 30th from 10 until 2. So we hope to see you, and we've invited some other craft breweries this summer because we think this is such an important thing that you do in the community, and we enjoy the product. So we're certainly looking forward to celebrating another good year with you this summer. So thanks again. And on that, we're just a few minutes away from our official launch. And before we transition to Facebook and YouTube channels, I'd like to just take a few moments to thank a few people behind the Lost Musuem project. And you're going to learn a lot more about it in the next hour. But I want to thank some of the people that were inspirational and or inspired us to do this. And those are co-artistic directors Heather Snell and Jill Hollingsworth, along with the creative concept team who were absolutely phenomenal in the last 10 weeks pulling this whole project together. They've had such great vision and unwavering support in creating the Lost Musuem. So thank you to them. I also like to thank Kathleen McDonald, who is our producer and director and editor of the digital and film portion of the project. And you're going to see her, the Lost Musuem website, and that is a lot of her good work and that of her team. And I'd also like to thank many of the artists and the performers and the educators who've made the site so rich with content. Also special thanks to our production teams for their various film shoots, and tonight's team as well. Who've put together tonight's behind the scenes efforts, and that's Meredith Wood, Brianne Franklin, and Nitin Sawant. Also, there's a digital guide that's available for the Lost Musuem. It'll be on the website, and it's also on the Creative Hub 1352 website. So all the details about the project and the website and all the great art and performers and the work that's been created is housed in there. So we're just a few minutes away. and we're very excited to launch the Lost Musuem. So we'll see you shortly. Stay tuned, and you're going to be prompted with where to go on YouTube and where to go on Facebook in order to enjoy the next part of our program tonight. So thanks very much for joining us, and we look forward to seeing you soon. Bye-bye.
Ani, Sego, Mashkwazi Indigenous Kaz, Nipissing and Dunjaba, Ashagi Dodam, Hamilton and Dow. I'd like to start off first, while we're meeting on this virtual platform, I'd like to acknowledge the original people of all the lands here, wherever you are joining us from today. No matter where you are in all four directions, you are on the treaty and unceded lands of the First Nations. We are all treaty people, and I encourage you to reflect on the responsibilities you have within those treaties wherever you are, to the community that they belong to and the land you share with them. The Small Arms Building is located on the treaty territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit. And it's the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, Huron, and Wendat. So we want to start this event in a good way, to make a commitment to have a greater understanding of the local treaties, improving our relationships with the many First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people that now share this land with us, and understanding their unique and individual cultures and traditions. We ask you to reflect upon and acknowledge the harms and mistakes of the past and consider how we can move forward together in the spirit of reconciliation. And to start the event off in a good way, if we were together in person, we would smudge. And one of the reasons why we smudge as a First Nations person is that we clean the air and remove all the negativity. And it gives us a chance to also reflect while we take the smudge and we put it over our heads. We want to be here and think good things. When we put the smudge over our eyes, we want to see good things. Over our ears, to hear good things, and over our mouth to say good things. And lastly, over our heart, so we can feel good things. So miigwech for being here with us today and starting us off in a good way.
See that? Yeah, I saw that. What was it? I don't know. You better still be rolling. Yeah, I'm still rolling, especially if it's him again. Whoa.
Hi, I'm Alice with Creative Hub 1352, and I am thrilled to be your host for this evening. Welcome to Creative Hub 1352's YouTube channel. Thank you for tuning into our live stream. We want to take this opportunity to thank our foundational sponsors. Without their contributions, none of this would be possible. Thank you to Heritage Canada, Mechanic Logistics, and the City of Mississauga. Please view our full lineup of sponsors and contributors on our website. Over to you, Sid.
Good evening. I'm Sid Sawant with Creative Hub 1352, live on the ground in Mississauga. I'm standing in front of the Small Arms Inspection Building, where there have been reported sightings of mysterious events for the past couple of weeks. At 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, our team received an anonymous tip urging us to come down and witness the supernatural phenomena for ourselves. We're here, we're live in front of the Small Arms Inspection Building to report on these unprecedented events. Back to you.
Thanks, Sid. If you haven't heard about Creative Hub 1352, we are a not-for-profit group supporting arts, heritage, and environmental sciences. We're deeply invested in a heritage building called the Small Arms Inspection Building, or SAIB. If you're just joining us, rumors are building about unusual occurrences happening in our SAIB area. A number of our Creative Hub members have been calling in tonight telling us about something they call the Lost Museum. For more on this, we rejoin Sid on the ground with our news crew.
Hey Sid, you don't believe in the supernatural, eh?
It's a prank, man. My friends live in the area. She says people cause disturbances around here all the time. It's probably a bunch of kids or artists.
Yeah, okay, I mean, you're probably right. I did see this Instagram account though that was supposedly actual photos of this supernatural thing called the Lost Museum. And it was here in Mississauga.
Right, but pictures could be modified. I mean, I turned myself into a cat and did a little dance on TikTok. It took me like 5 seconds to edit.
Sid?
Yeah.
We're live.
Oh, excuse me, sir. Hi. But, have you heard of the supernatural thing called the Lost Museum?
I was walking my dog and she ran off suddenly. I don't know. I've got to find her. Have you seen her?
Oh, what color is she?
She's gray.
Oh, he's just looking for Chloe. You won't get much out of him.
Oh, and sorry, you are?
Jasmine, I'm local. I live across the street.
Oh, and can you tell us have you seen any supernatural occurrences or anything out of the ordinary in this area?
Well, I think there should be an empty building there right now because of the lockdown. But I've seen flashing lights and people walking around in there.
I mean, the staff, the custodians working there with flashlights.
I looked in the window and I saw... No, not custodians. I saw a whole room full of socks. There was a dog running around in there and it was misty. Like a cloud, but inside.
Okay.
And I saw a mysterious figure wearing a robe. It was him.
Who?
The alchemist.
And we're back to you at the studio.
Hi, you've tuned into Creative Hub 1352's live stream, covering the ongoing mystery of the Lost Museum. I'm Alice. You're probably wondering, who's the alchemist? What's the Lost Museum? Well, that's what our team is trying to find out. I'm hearing from Sid. They're standing with an eyewitness, someone who believes in the legend of the Lost Museum. Sid, back over to you.
I'm here with Constance Perdue of the Lost Museum Watchers. Constance, how are you?
I'm good. I don't really feel like doing this interview, so actually, you know what, I'll just...
Oh, Constance, come on, we met in the parking lot.
Yeah.
You said that you had some information about the Lost Museum?
I do. I mean, I've been there.
Really? Do you have any evidence?
I do. I have you know what, it doesn't matter if you don't believe me. You'll see for yourself soon enough.
Well, Constance, I'm just here gathering whatever type of evidence I can. If you don't have anything physical, can you tell us how you got there?
Okay, so I went through a portal.
A portal?
It's exactly what it sounds like. It's a door in time and space. Yeah, and it leads to the Lost Museum. And in the Lost Museum, there are amazing things we've forgotten about, things that are abandoned, discarded. Yeah, there are things there you won't find anywhere else. Yeah.
Constance, tell people your story! Good evening. Sorry to bother you fine folks. Can you tell me, why are you here?
We're here for the show.
And what show is that?
The Lost Museum is arriving.
Lost...
You haven't heard of it? Oh gosh, he calls himself a reporter.
He's probably cold though. Hey, do you want some coffee?
Oh,
it's cool.
We'd actually love some proof about the...
Yeah, I would love a coffee.
Dude, we're literally in the middle of a shower.
Yeah, I know, but we've been here all night. We haven't found anything. Come on, it's hot.
Oh, hi, Nicole.
Some coffee.
Oh. Come on, let's... hi, Nicole?
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Sid. I'm with Creative Hub 1352. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions about the Lost Museum?
Yeah, oh my gosh. I am a huge fan of Constance Purdue. I've followed her story on social media. It's why I'm here tonight, you know, at the Lost Museum on Instagram.
Yes, now do you have any proof?
Haven't you seen the pictures? Oh, and you have to talk to the Lost Museum Watchers. I just joined their organization.
And do you, yes, but do you have any evidence of
Oh, yeah, they gave me a pin when I joined. I'm officially a member. I have it here somewhere.
You forgot your
No.
cookie.
Oh,
Here,
No.
here, hey Nicole. Here.
thank you.
And your
Thank
coffee.
you. Thank you.
Cut.
That looks delicious, Sid. Wish I could be there to have a snack too. I've been looking at social media and the hashtags Lost Museum and In Situ 2021 are blowing up right now. I can verify there are lots of mysterious posts on that account Nicole mentioned at the Lost Museum. Sid?
Hi, you look like a sensible person. Can you tell us what's going on here?
I'm here to visit the Lost Museum.
Ah,
You look tired.
Yeah, we just can't find anyone with solid proof about the Lost Museum or like any kind of explanation about what's going on here.
we've been interviewing people all night, and there are a bunch of people gathered here. I just don't understand it.
It's something that you should understand with your heart. It is not something you would understand with your mind. The Lost Museum is a feeling. It's a signal. It's something that comes to us when we need it the most, like a warm hug, a smile, or a meaningful conversation that's so unexpected with a stranger.
Tell me, what's your name? Whoa!
What just happened?
I don't know.
Where'd she go?
I don't know.
Whoa, that was weird. Hi! You've tuned into Creative Hub 1352's live stream, where we are researching the ongoing mystery of the Lost Museum. I'm Alice. Our team is trying to find out more about the seemingly supernatural events happening in Mississauga. Sid, have you considered speaking to someone who works at the Small Arms Inspection Building? Okay. Oh, Sid's connected with Janice DeVille. He's got her on the speaker. Sid, over to you.
Janice, I understand for reasons connected to the pandemic, we are not allowed inside the Small Arms Inspection Building. But we're very excited to chat with you. You are inside the building, correct?
Yes, I work here.
Oh, okay. Has there been any unusual activity in the building?
Well, I'm at my desk now, and the building's been pretty quiet. Wait a moment. There's rumbling.
Rumbling? Like an earthquake?
Oh, not an earthquake. No, it's like, oh my God.
Janice! Janice, are you all right?
A chair beside me just started to hover off the ground. I can smell tea, but I hear sounds from the north end of the building. Oh, something's happening, Sid. I need to go investigate.
Janice! Janice, are you all right? You see that?
Yeah, I saw that. What was it?
I don't know. You better still be rolling.
Yeah, I'm still rolling, especially if it's him again.
Whoa. Frame up.
Yeah. Oh.
I've never seen anything like this.
Yeah, Sid, Hey Sid, people are here. Oh, seems like word has spread. Sid?
Yeah, I need a moment.
Hey, where are you going? 1 minute. Sid!
I need a second.
Folks, we're not ready. But back to you in the studio.
Sid. Sid? Okay, our online community is telling me that they've just seen Councillor Steve Dasco in the neighborhood. Apparently he's just pulled into the parking lot.
Oh, hey, I see him. Hey, that's Councillor Dasco. Hey, Councillor Dasco, over here.
Hi there, how are you? This is unbelievable. I can't believe it's the Lost Museum.
Yeah, can you explain this to me, Councillor Dasco? Do you believe in all of this?
Believe in all this? Unbelievable. You know what? I am a huge supporter. The Lost Museum being here in Ward 1 at the Small Arms Building in the city of Mississauga, this is huge. This is unbelievable. And you know what? I'm one of the biggest supporters around.
Well, so what are you doing here right now?
You know, I came to bring greetings on behalf of the city of Mississauga and on behalf of the ward. You know, the mayor as well, she'd want to bring greetings. I'm bringing greetings on her behalf. This is huge. I'm sorry, but I'm too excited. I've really got to go.
Thanks, Councillor Steve Dasco, for those supportive thoughts. It seems word is spreading. There are more people arriving at the building. Sid, back to you.
Oh, hey, it's Adam Grow. Hey, Adam, hey.
Hey, is this for real? I mean, because I had people in the cash cab ask me to take them to the Lost Museum, but I told them, I said, that's not actually a thing.
Oh, wow, that's kind of cool. Yeah, we're here trying to film it. It's supposed to be here tonight. Do you think it's a real place?
Well, like I said, I had my doubts, but I know someone from Creative Hub, and she said, you got to come down here and check this out. So I don't know how long it's going to be here, so I thought I had to see it for myself.
Yeah, well, by all means, people are showing up, so thanks for talking to us.
Well, I'm going to check it out, but just to be sure, people who lost in the cash cab didn't end up in the Lost Museum.
Right. Yeah.
I'm gonna have a look.
Okay, thanks. Yeah.
I'll let you know how it goes.
Well, thanks, Adam. Thanks for chatting.
Wow, it seems that in such a short time we've had growing excitement and activity around these events. Oh, wait a minute. I'm getting some calls in. Yes? We have a few people phoning in. This is Sven Spengman, the Member of Parliament from Mississauga Lakeshore, joining us. Hello?
Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me on Creative Hub 1352's YouTube channel, Alice. I heard that the Lost Museum is landing in the Small Arms Inspection Building. I'm very happy to support the Lost Museum and to share its mysteries with our community in Mississauga. This is simply amazing.
Thank you for calling in, Sven. We're not too sure exactly what's happening, but we're happy to have you on the air with us and appreciate the federal government's support on many of our projects. Oh, I'm getting another call. We have Bonnie Crombie, the Mayor of Mississauga, on the line. Hello, and thank you for joining us, Mayor Crombie.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for having me, Alice. I'm so happy to welcome this mysterious event, the Lost Museum, to our historic Small Arms Inspection Building in Mississauga. Our phones have been ringing off the hook all day at City Hall. People across the city keep calling to find out more. The event is really bringing people in our community together. Members of council, staff, and residents can't wait to hear more about what's happening down at the building.
Thank you, Mayor Crombie. And thank you to everyone for joining us tonight. We'll keep you posted. And thanks for the city's support. Sid, any more news on the Lost Museum? Have you seen anything else? Sid. Sid. Folks, you're watching Creative Hub 1352's live stream of the Lost Museum. Again, I'm Alice. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gonna be honest, folks, I'm not really sure what's going on at the scene right now, back to Sid's team on the ground.
Well, folks, yeah, I lost Sid. He went inside the building to explore, or at least that's what he said. Yeah, the Lost Museum's arrived. It's real, and it looks like, well, you saw.
Hello.
Hello?
I know this can be a lot to take in. Is this your first experience with the Lost Museum?
Yeah?
What are you doing outside? You should go back in. Go be with Sid, take in the sights.
I don't know. I've never seen anything like this before.
And you never will.
But who are you again? People keep doing that. Okay. Well, okay, here we go. Ah, you found us. We never doubted you, not once. Come. It's big, isn't it? Don't worry, you can see it all, if you have the time. This Lost Museum was here before you, and it will be hereafter. As long as there are things to be lost, discarded, abandoned, and forgotten, there will be a home for them. Here. There are things you will find here you will not find anywhere else. No, it's not odd that people like you find us. There are entrances spread out across the worlds, and they all lead here. To me. Ah, forgive me, I'm getting ahead of myself. I always have problems with the order of things. I am the alchemist. Some call me materia prima. The others call me philosopher. I did have another name once. I'm sure of it. When things are lost, I find them. When things are forgotten, I appear beside them to remember. When things are discarded, I remind them of their use. And when things are abandoned, I inhabit them. It is my job. I've been doing it since, well, since I've been me. Yet, I have a secret. There are so many things here. My collection is ever growing, and while I'm always with them, I fear that they are not always with me. Maybe they can be with you for a bit, hmm? They would be so happy to see you. Your presence here means everything. So, make yourself comfortable. The museum is open to you. Oh, that reminds me. Do you need any socks? They're all a bit mismatched, but why not live every once in a while, hmm?
Thank you for joining in, folks. A special thanks to all of our sponsors and supporters. You can follow Creative Hub on social media and learn more about the Lost Museum by following the links on your screen. That's it for tonight.
That's a cut. The floor is cold.
Excellent show, everybody!
Yeah. This is actually amazing. Like, did you see that? I'm so excited for this to be in our backyard. Like,
I know, right?
what is happening
Here in Mississauga?
In Mississauga.
The Lost Museum is now live.
Oh, cool. Mm-hmm.
Well, it's accessible from anywhere.
Oh,
in
and
the
it looks
world.
like the collections will keep growing over the next year.
Yeah, wow. Okay, so let's keep checking in.
How do I access it?
I think all you have to do is go to the lostmuseum.ca.
Mhm.
Here, give me your phone for a second.
Yeah, look, here it is. Creative Hub 1352. And they're hosting a series of events and some workshops
Mhm.
celebrating
The Lost Museum.
That's
Yep.
cool.
Yeah, this weekend and in the coming weeks.
Maybe I'll go to one.
Oh, cool. Look at this.
Yep, March 27th lineup.
March 27th is tomorrow.
Yeah, it includes an interactive gaming event hosted by the Hand-Eye Society. It's HES TV Let's Play. That's from 1 till 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And there's a virtual community cafe fireside chat with the Giants Network. That's 3 till 4:30. I think I'm free.
And it looks like you can meet the curators, and that there's some workshops and stuff like that.
I think they're between March 30th and April 9th.
I'd like to meet the curators and the collectors.
Yeah.
The architect looks familiar.
Oh.
Great to actually meet the curators and collectors.
We should go right now. Let's just go. You want to go? Yeah. Hey, has anyone heard from Sid? Maybe we should check up on him. Yeah, maybe.